Good morning and welcome back to Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub for day 3 of the rugby in the 2025 Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. We have a trophy game on now with Porter's Gymnasium third team playing against ITS, who are going to be playing from right to left. Porter's kicking off from left to right in their maroon and gold jerseys. And our referee today is Willem Schwart as he blows the whistle to get the game underway. High hanging kick. And ITS field it, bring it in field, trying to create a bit of an angle. The referee has adjudged that there was a knock on by Porter's as they went to try and recover that kickoff. So, Vian Boardman feeding this scrummage. And a decent scrum, and immediately the referee given a penalty. So, playing under advantage. These two South African sides going hard against each other in the first few minutes here. But obviously not playing advantage at the scrummage. And Porter's get the first opportunity to put some pressure on Sebastian Oosthuizen, wearing the 10 jersey. Just pushes the ball down onto the 5 metre of ITS. The Botney game is on at 1 o'clock local, so in just about an hour and a quarter. Good take in the middle of the line out there. And that is a really solid drive. And through for the opening score for Paul Rur's third team. Some really good drill at the line out there. Solid drive and over for the line out, or over for the try. So 5 points to 0 with the kick to come. And Oosthuizen, who kicked off there, will so Oosthuizen with the kick. Very, very still day. There's actually very heavy threat of rain later on today, which for those of you not familiar with the Middle East is very uncommon. So a strange setup, actually walking with his back to the ball. A lovely strike, but off the upright. So the score stays at 5 points to 0. So ITS recover the ball, probing down this left edge, making some good post-contact meters there, and eventually scragged to ground. Boardman at half-back as Porter's just playing the ball on the floor there. So Kerbers Virmark pushes the ball down to just inside the 22. Porter's on defence here. So ITS with this line-out throw. Good take at the back of the line-out, and they've set up a decent drive here. Be a very long way to go, but they're crabbing towards the touchline there. Some pretty good drill to straighten it up, but it's gone to ground. Boardman digs in, and throws the ball into the midfield. And some great individual play there to recover it. And bursting through there as they sweep out to the left here, but Poulter's all on their feet and match them in defence. So Boardman there out to Nuvenhode. And again, a little pick and go, but ripped on the floor. And I think Paul Rose have come up with a turnover. But just a little knock forward on the ground. So some real pressure here from ITS, having gone down 5-0 early in the game. This is a great opportunity. About 13, 14 metres from the Porter's line. Scrummage just to the left-hand side of the uprights. Plenty of space both sides. Delarmini and Cap on this left-hand side for IDS. And Mitrovic standing at first receiver as Boardman feeds the ball. It's a good scrummage. Sharply away, and they go to the open side, and Mitrovic, great step there, and he drops that off his hip, but intercepted by Paul Rose, who hacked the ball forward. This is a real foot race now, and well run there by Boardman, the halfback, but the ball is still loose. Paul Rose trying to get onto it. Arpan recovers the ball for ITS, but now in the backfield. Whitehead with a really good return there. Some real competition around the base there. Boardman making a real pest of himself. Nasinu will be playing this afternoon on pitch 2. So there'll be a different feed for this. Botney are playing in the next game on pitch 1 here. And Pam Arpin says, go Jamie Arpin. Obviously a family member. So we've got around about 130 people watching and are live in the chat, so welcome everybody. Assume most of you will be in South Africa, so good morning. So Paula's being given an opportunity to set up camp just inside the ITS 15-22. Thrown at the line out there. And ITS have come up with the ball. It's a little bit messy there. And now counter ruck from Paul Rurs, and they've managed to force ITS to come off their feet to defend that ball. The St Kent's game is at 3:30 this afternoon, which is in just about 3.5 hours, just over 3.5 hours. They will be taking on the junior Sables. So Porters get another chance, and that is a much, much better take off the top. Willem Kemp there, and this is another classic drive. How they scored the first one. It's gone down. I think it's short of the line for the time being. And just as I say that, the referee gives it. So 10 points to 0 now. So that is two classic line-out drives for Paul Rurs there. So this very deliberate setup on the kick here, where he takes a number of steps away from the ball. It's another lovely strike. Is the direction right? No, just off again. So striking the ball well, but the radar just a little bit off for now. So 10 points to 0. Porters over ITS 15. Corbus Vermark with the restart. But a good take. And a good setup here. Paul Rurs will want to get a decent exit. Some one-off runners in the forwards here. Setting a very good target. And the box kick. Oh, and he lets that one bounce into touch. Mitrovic, who's actually playing in the 57 jersey, but in the 10 slot. So letting it go out, and it is an ITS throw. Just cocks it back on straight over the top, but it comes down on the Paul Rurs side. And they set up a decent ball here. Johan Mayer at 9. Oh, and the ball. Kane and Eckstein, real live wire on the wing and the headgear there. As he walks back into place, he was working to get the ball into his hands on day 1 and day 2. So the throw in here, Janez Fritz will be looking for another decent throw. Big Paul Rurs defensive line, and he's overthrown it straight into the hands of Hansi van Rensburg. Another good solid drive straight up the middle as they come to the right here to the short side. DeLonge, the big man, and Eckstein gets the ball, tidies up the scraps, but he's scragged to ground. Halfback has to go in, which means DeLonge acts as halfback. Van Rensburg with another good drive there. And now Porter's trying to move the ball out into the wide channel, making some ground. A very good clean out there. But a loose ball onto the ground. Hansi van Rensburg again with a good solid drive there. Front rowers, Brachetto there, getting through a mountain of work here at the moment, and DeLonghi met hard on the tackle line, but he rode the contact. Bassett, good ball, and eventually goes wide, but there's been an infringement there. So the weather here at the moment, it's a pretty sticky 26 degrees, 66% humidity, and not much breeze to speak of, so it feels quite warm. So referee Schwart taking some time to get this scrummage set down. Boardman with the feed. On a big scrummage there from Poulreuse, but the referee adjudges they've come offside. So ITS will get a chance to clear their lines here. Vermark will want to try and push this as close to halfway as he can. And goes into touch about 4 or 5 metres short on the opposite side of the field. So it'll be Fritz with the throw. He'll be aiming for the big man in the middle here. And the ball goes up, but I think it struck the referee there. Deep throw. And just slightly forward in the offload there. Marginal call by the referee, but he was right in line and on hand to see that. So scrum almost on the halfway spot, certainly on the halfway line, but completely midfield. So options left and right for ITS here. Ball being put in by Vian Boardman. Mitrovic standing just slightly to the left with 3 of his colleagues, but they break out to the right. Trying to stretch this Poulreuse defence, but some real pressure in defence from Poulreuse, and the ball pushed out on the full. Poulreuse with the throw. Just gets his hands to it, but the ball lost on the floor. So I think it was forward first off Poulreuse, then by ITS. So if you check the collar on at the bottom of the screen, Poulreuse third team versus ITS, which is a touring side from South Africa. Around about 15 to 20 schools represented across the whole group. They've got two 15s playing here, one as ITS and one as SATA. Sarta as Botney puts the ball in. Big scrummage from Paul Rose here. And the referee judges that the back rower had broken. So coming up on about 20 minutes of play now. The only difference between the side is two line out more drive tries. And this will be the first time that ITS has been down inside the Porters half in a good 10 or 12 minutes. So Fritz with the throw. Again, misses the mark. And in trying to get the offload away there, Hansi van Rensburg pops that ball up, having taken the ball at the tail of the line out and just made about 10 or 12 unchallenged metres, just lets the ball slip from his grasp. So Boardman with the feed, Mitrovic at first receiver, and Paul Ruse absolutely monster over the top of that one. And the referee gives a free kick, presumably for the early push, but it was certainly a big push. And ITS opt to take the quick one and try and take some metres out of them immediately, and immediately come up with a penalty. So Vermark steps up. Now the opportunity to push this into touch. And Vermark guilty of trying to carve off too much and ends up kicking the ball dead. So great opportunity here for Paul Ruse to show some of that dominance they've had in the scrummage. Obviously much easier to just focus on the push when it's not your feed. But they've been pretty solid throughout here in the first phases. As Johan Mayer feeds the ball, gets the ball sharply away. And they opt to kick this deep. It's a deep raking kick. And Eckstein tries to make the tackle, but he then comes back and redeems himself. ITS being put under big pressure by the defence here. Oh, and the little chip and chase, but it's well met there by Oosthuizen. Still carrying the ball forward, and he's looked after that well. Maya to the left. Some good metres made in heavy traffic there. And Maya, bit of a loose pass there. So ITS will have the scrum feed here. On their own 22, almost slap bang in the middle of the field. Boardman with the feed. Good work from Arpin at the base there, and spots some space at the back. Ball hit the grass, and Willem Kemp, a really strong run back into the traffic. Oosthuizen there having to make some big footwork. Oh, making some real serious ground. Oh, and that is a great run so far. Heading to the middle of the pitch there. Riley Combrink. Eventually setting a good target for his forwards here. And they're about 10 metres short of the line. Now 5. Oh, and eventually just running out of numbers there. And that is try number 3. So 15 points to 0 with the kick to come. A fantastic break down the left edge by Riley Combrink. Coming hard infield, setting a target for his forwards. And they got around the corner a couple of times and eventually set up the try-scoring opportunity for Ty Bassett. And that conversion is good. So 17 points to 0 now. About 3 minutes to go to half time. And a fairly workmanlike performance by Paul Reus so far. Nothing too flash. 3 tries coming through the forwards, 2 line-out drives, and then just pick and go close to the posts. That's a solid carry by Brandon Hamann there. Mayer just a brief look over his right shoulder, but then went with the forwards. Now setting up for the box kick. It's high, not a lot of forward trajectory on that one. And Michael Hansi van Rensburg looked to try and play it, but it's out on the full. So ITS with barely 2 minutes remaining in this first half have an opportunity to throw the ball into the line out in the Paul Reus half. So, coming in late here. Oh, and a big jump there. And the ball came back on the Reus side, but ITS have swept through on this and now set something up just outside the 22. They play it out the back. Nieuwenhoed probing for a gap here. But they left the ball exposed, and Paul Reus came straight over the top there. That's a very, very good kick there from Sebastian Oosthuizen. Takes about 25 metres, just pushing the ball on the bounce. It's been a difficult phase of the game for ITS, unable to hit their man. A combination, the lifting, the jumping and the throw. And there's another one that goes onto the Paul Reus side. Good throw from Brochetto. And a solid contact there on Pothita, and the ball spills. Now looking left, right. Oh, and he wriggles free. A great break. Now he needs some support. Great ball on the inside there. That was Mitrovic. Oh, good hard line there. So right at the death of this first half, ITS finally coming alive. Vorster there. And they've got a penalty. Opportunity to push the ball into the corner. And as we start the second half, 17 points to nil to Poulreuse over the ITS 15. Running it back into a wall of ITS forwards in the midfield there. Poulreuse have the ball. And that's a high box kick. Again, not going too far forward, but it's been recovered by Poulreuse. And they're now going to look to spread this ball. Carried it hard into contact there. But getting the hands free. Kits off there. Making good ground. Just into ITS territory. That's a good solid run. Oosthuizen with a good feed into midfield. And the ball goes free, and now Eckstein showing an absolute clean pair of heels down the touchline for a great finish and gets round underneath the posts. He's been threatening to do that all week. And good to see him finally get around 22 points to nil with the kick to come. And the conversion is good, so 24 points to nil. So an almost perfect start to the second half for the Poulreuse team. So ITS back to halfway, and that ball just getting over the 10-metre line and finding its way into touch, but out on the full. Perfect place for Poulreuse to strike from here. As Armitage feeds the ball. On the ball gets hung up, but Poulreuse just gently step over there. Ball into Whitehead's hands. And Schultz with a good run there. Bassett, the try scorer, driving through the contact there and taking some good meters. Whitehead plays the ball out to Liam Cilliers, who also makes good ground. Starting to chug through the gears here. Poulreuse. Volshank with a good run. Now playing with advantage. Really trying to look after this ball. Referee plays a good advantage. Again, real good leg drive through the contact there. Cilliers, that's the second or third run that he's already had in this half. And they've got men to spare all over. But eventually ITS run out of numbers. And that is try number 5. So 29 points to nil as Whitehead, the head boy, spoke very eloquently at the opening ceremony on Monday evening. Gave us a history of the school and the naming. And one of the original headmasters, Porters, was indeed a Springbok himself. And the school was actually renamed after him a number of years after the school was actually founded. But Whitehead gave us a good history of the school and the values before they went on to sing their own song to the tune of Flower of Scotland. And the kick is good, so 31 points to 0. So ITS back in familiar territory, kicking off again. Porters, he's just strode through the first up tackle. Now looking for men. There's 3 men with a 7 jersey on in shot there as Armitage digs that ball out. And now they keep the ball coming. Ruan Brits there. Gets this ball up to Cilliers again. Plenty of carries this half. And playing with advantage. The halfback Armitage wriggles through the gap, but is held up. And the referee comes back for the penalty. So you can see some of the Porters boys who are going to be playing later on this afternoon. Not sure if that's the first or second team. The first team are on playing the TSC 15. So, brief hold up in play, not sure what is going on here. So the referee spots the mark. Ty Bassett over the ball and immediately just drives through for the score. So this is getting a little bit ugly for ITS, who started the game very, very well. But it's now 36 points to 0. With the kick to come, head boy Dan Bassett looking for the extras, but 36-0 at the moment. So Whitehead, 4 or 5 steps into this ball's a really good strike. And the flags go up. So extends the lead out to 38 points to 0. ITS really need to stem the tide here. Just a first up tackle missed last time. So the referee not doing ITS any favours. Man in front at the kick there. So we're back for the scrummage. So a few words there at the base of the scrum there between 8 and 9. So I don't know whether we're going to see 8 pick the ball. Armitage feeds it. Good solid scrummage. Yeah, 8 to 9. Oh, and it's in the hands of Eckstein again, and he's got some space on the outside there. Absolute pace and a great finish there from Kanan Eckstein. Absolutely Johnny Jet Shoes down that right-hand flank. And he beat the scrambling defence of ITS there. So that's Eckstein's third try of the game. $43 points to 0. And as I said, an absolutely fantastic finish. So Oosthuizen taking this kick from wide out. Just literally on the touchline there. Fantastic finish down that right flank by Kanan Eckstein. Big high kick, but it's going to fall the right hand side of the post. So 43 points to 0 with just under 20 minutes to go. High hanging kick. Knocked on by Paul Reurs. So far this half, 12 minutes, ITS have barely had the opportunity to get the hands on the ball. ITS have been under a lot of pressure at the scrummage. So they will want to get this ball in and away as quickly as they possibly can. And ITS take the scrum penalty and go quickly, trying to get round the Paul Reurs defence, but no way through. Francois Nieuwenhoed on some great counter-rucking here by Paul Reurs. And they go quickly. Brits, great ball inside there. But just a little knock on the ground there. But at 43 points to 0, Paul Reurs were really alive there and went quickly. So Boardman with the feet of this scrummage. Just inside their own 10-metre line. Tight to the right-hand touch line, and that's another monster drive. But going over the 1.5 metres. Little resistance being shown by ITS as they tap and go quickly. Jamie Arpen. Oh, and a great take over the head there. A good handoff there, but eventually scragged to the ground. And holding on the floor there. ITS finally getting a decision to go their way. And that is a decent touch finder there. Jannes Fritz with the throw into this line out. ITS will be desperate to break the duck. First time they've been inside Paul territory. Good take off the top there. Big run through the middle there by Matambula. But Paul come away with the ball yet again. Really good technical play. Looking to get to the outside here. John Volshank there. Porters make their way, steadily taking meters with every phase of play. Another good carry in the midfield there. They keep going round the corner the same way. Sharp pass there. So scrum feed for ITS, 43-0 down. As we move into the final quarter of this game. The last game in pool play for each of these guys on day 3. Saturday will be finals day. Another big scrummage from Paul Rose, but the referee says that they've done something illegal there. On a good take. Really caught that at the top of the throw. Arnie's broken away here. Jannes Fritz makes his way into the 22. They dig the ball out. But the referee says that it's been knocked on the ground. And ITS have got the feed. So pressure coming on from Paul Rose, but ITS clear the ball away. Some good footwork. And carrying the ball into the 22 for the first time this half. ITS now pull the ball back the other way. But a knock on. Following a loose pass. Would have needed a hell of a slip catch from the first receiver to pick that one up off his toes. Kadleo Poulet there. This Paul Rose side have been something of a boa constrictor, just squeezing the life out of ITS as this game has gone on. Another good scrummage from them. And the referee blows for the penalty. Signalling that the ball or the scrummage has been pulled down on the loose head side of ITS. So Ben Van Ziel with a throw here. And the ball drifting to the Porter's side, so the referee gives the scrum feed to ITS. 8.5 minutes to go now in this game. ITS clear that ball away from the scrummage. Gets the ball over the top there. But just a little fumble from Ivan Jacobs. So Paul Rose moving this ball into midfield, but they put the ball on the ground there. Well tidied up in the end. And they push the ball deep down, and ITS tackled back in their own 22. Great work from Armitage there. But Porters go off their feet, so ITS, with just about 6 minutes to go, 43 points to 0 down. They would dearly love to break the donut, but they don't find touch. Schultz, big wide ball there to Volchenk, who makes some ground and cuts in field. Tries to set up a target. Bassett here again. Bullocking towards the line here. He's taken about 4 of them with him. I don't know whether he's made it there. Looks like the referee says he's knocked it on. But an absolute bullocking run from about 15 metres out there. That would have been his hat-trick. And a double blast from the referee's whistle. So ITS with a feed to this scrummage. Fully 95 metres to go if they want to break the duck here. First thing they need to do is navigate this scrummage. More pressure coming on from Pourreur's Gymnasium, and they're getting driven backwards in the contact here. The ball is loose, and that is a try. The ball was barrelling all over the place there, and Pourreur's eventually get their hands on it. And it's 48 points to nil with a kick to come. So Oosthuizen lining this kick up. Couple of steps into it. It's a good strike, but just to the left. So the score remains 48 points to nil with about 3 minutes to play. ITS still running off the line, eager to get this game back underway. Poulet with the ball in the 37 jersey. Ball goes clean over the lifting pod there. But Pourreur's have got their hands on it. I'm sure they'll be looking to underline this score. Bit of a show and a go from Whitehead as he straightens up. Gets the ball on the outside. Volshank, the big number 14, just loses the ball forward. And ITS have got their hands on it. Decent drive, but there's still some heat coming through from this Pourreur's defensive line. Mitrovic, who's been competitive all game. And Pourreur's have come up with a turnover there. About a minute and a half to go. Will they roll the dice again? On another just show and go. And a good finish in the end there by Ruan Brits. So as we move into the final minute of this game, Oosthuizen with a good kick underlines that at 55 points to nil. A resounding win for Pourreur's 3 over ITS 15. Next game up is Odyssey versus Botney. So the next game about to kick off here is Botney versus the Odyssey 15. The Odyssey 15 is an invitational side set up. Anybody can apply to play for it, as we see Botney about to break out into their school haka, with Odyssey waiting on halfway for them. And a fantastic face-off. The Odyssey boys stepping forward to meet the challenge. And there we have it, Odyssey kicking off in their black and grey jerseys from right to left there. Charlie Fullard with the kick. And Botney immediately opt for scrum on halfway. And referee for this game, Zander Potita. Bit of a messy old scrum there, and the referee immediately awards the feed to Botney. And Botney fortunate with a kick there. Bit of a flappy old ball. Hit the grass and bounced over the flailing hands of the Odyssey player there. But it's an early opportunity for Nola Faleuka. Oh, some big hands there. Finefa Iaki, the big number 5 for Botney. Here he is getting the ball as the one-off runner as Botney go back to the left. Some footwork there from Olds. But Odyssey penalised again. For Motion himself, if you research on World Schools Festival 2025, and you can find the stream for pitch 2. It's a separate stream. So Odyssey and they keep the ball in hand there. Big run there from Ben Blundell. just bobbles the ball in contact. So the first scrummage of the game. There's a real festival feel building here. We've got some of the netball girls from Rose Hill in New Zealand supporting the Botney boys here. Good drive there from Odyssey. And they kick out to the right-hand touchline, but only as far as their own 22. The Porter's Gymnasium first team just making their way to warm up. They are on pitch one for the next game. Fale Uka on another great take there from Finetho Iaki. Botney setting up a target midfield. Oh, and a good run from the big man there. And the referee is looking to his touch judge. That could be the first score. And indeed he does. So Botany take an early lead. So 5 points to 0. Connor Bowden in the 12 jersey stepping up to take this. Very low kicking tee on this almost perfect grass surface that we have here at Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub. Oh, and it's just curled past the left-hand upright. So 5 points to 0, the early lead for Botany. Odyssey barely had their hands on the ball so far. Max Edwards was to the fore on Tuesday's game. Very recognisable with that fantastic mullet that he's sporting. High hanging start there from Charlie Fullard. Solid run. Oh, and taking some yards just on the fringes there, but just bobbles the ball forward. ITS now trying to realign and get behind this ball. So Finn Owen puts the ball in here for Odyssey and they clear the ball away. Decent run into the midfield there. Odyssey got their hands on that. Oh, some big defence there from Botney. And it causes the knock-on on the floor there. So a decent kick, bringing play up to about the 10-metre line. And I'm joined in commentary today, helping me out here, former Tongan international Hale Tipol. How are you, brother?
Good, Cookie. Great to be here.
Absolutely. Good to see a bit of cloud cover in the Middle East.
I know. I think all the teams, especially the New Zealand teams, will be happy with the weather, with the cloud and a bit of breeze.
Oh, some good work there from the Botney 9. Tyler Guggiano. And they're making some good ground here, moving the ball out to the left edge, but just spraying the ball into touch. So good start so far for Botney, Hale.
Yes, indeed. I think just from that play there, Botney boys might have to carry the ball a bit low, get their cleaners, latch on, and then get a quick ball out. But in saying that, Odyssey's defending really well.
Yeah, it's good. The number 5 for Botney here has been dominant in this line-out. They'll want to keep it away from him. And in doing so, squint feed. So they'll be coming back for the scrummage with a Botney feed. Finefu Inaki, this tall, rangy number 5 for Botney, has already won them 2 or 3 decent balls. But he's like a lighthouse in the middle of this line-out. So Fale Uka with the throw. On the feint to the back, trying to do the quick one round the front, and probably not gone 5. So the referee brings it back for the scrummage. So what are we looking for here, Hale? He's
just an exit, but just from that play, I think the wind's playing a bit of a part in that, where teams now are too scared to throw to the back, Cookie, and they're trying to do those the safe play, but it's not working out.
Yeah, definitely a dummy there with the big number 5 going to the back and dropping it into the front. So Odyssey with a chance to get themselves down into Botney territory, and they do kick it deep. But sitting back there is Olds. And the man with the mullet at the back there, Ben Blundell, trying to make some ground on the outside, and the referees called the penalty. And Tyler Guggiano takes the ball out into midfield for an earlier offside. Oh, Blundell misses an easy touch there and gives Odyssey a chance to clear their lines there. Just a little bit too relaxed on the kick there.
Certainly, Cookie. I don't think the forwards, as you know, would be too happy about that. When you've got a good opportunities to put the ball down in the corner, get into your drive. But in saying that, Odyssey out of jail.
Yeah, I'd imagine there were a few steely looks from the forwards. Fale Uka on a good ball off the top there from Harlan Baker. So they try and move the ball here. And getting it to this right edge. Some good footwork there from Tuatupo. Taken down. Looks after the ball. Oh, Some real stifling defence there from Odyssey. Max Edwards there. Max the Mullet, as he's known. But offside, just a little bit too anxious to get into their work there.
Interesting what they're going to go for Botney and Barbars. Do you think, Cookie, they'll kick to the corner and make sure that this ball is out? Get into a old-fashioned drive?
I'd say so. It looks like Blundell is coming up here. And he's got a couple of options for the position of the penalty. Takes it there. And now the big number 12, Connor Bowden. Looks a big boy for a schoolboy.
He is indeed. When I first saw him, I thought he was the number 8. But he's got 12 and he's running some good lines so far.
When I first saw him, I thought he was their schoolmaster. So Noah Fale Uka with the throw through the hands of the big man. But Botney come up with the ball and they're wrestling it. And Tyler Gaggiano, this small halfback for Botney, use a bit of footwork to get out of trouble there. Plays into the midfield there, and Blundell clean through, saluting the crowd before he puts the ball down. And that is a second try for Botany. 10 points to nil with a kick to come. All a bit too easy.
Just constantly pressure from Botany. And even Odyssey will just worry of the referee. They're going a couple of penalties in the last 2 plays, so they're coming up easy on the defensive line, worrying about penalties and getting carded. And then they got caught on the edge there where fullback went through.
Big gap opened up, and Blundell just strode through it. So 10 points to nil. Bowden bringing this ball back a long way outside the 22. 100 years ago, when I used to be a goal kicker, I'd have spotted this about 7 metres away from the line and just chipped it over. A little pitching wedge.
I was going to say the same things about my goal kicking back in my days when I was playing.
That's a good strike, and this one is good. So 12 points to nil. Botany out to an early lead as we're just about to hit the 15-minute mark here. So,
the Odyssey.
Can you just move down a bit, please? Thank you.
Odyssey will just have to slow everything down. They're playing some good footy. Kick deep, no penalties, and apply pressure. Let Botany kick it out, and then they've got opportunities to attack in the 22.
So far, they've barely had the ball in the attacking half, and Blundell striding through there, fighting in the contact.
The penalties is killing Odyssey.
Oh, and they're coming through with the big fellas. So, Finn Owen with the feed. Quite a height difference between the two halfbacks here. So Odyssey probably need to keep the ball in hand a little bit here. Play it out the back, and they've got it to this left edge. And now they swing it back to the open side. Max Edwards with a real strong carry there. Just dropped his shoulder into it. And now Venter. And they win the penalty. So, and he's gone quick. Asking some questions of Botney now. Justino, the big number 8, throws him to the floor. Loudon's Venter drops that substantial shoulder of his into the Botney defensive line. Oh, big hit there. And a double blast on the whistle there. Justino came in with a big spot tackle there, Halle.
Yeah, they just got to keep the tackle on low. I think I've seen the referee in the last few days, Cookie, pretty tough, or not tough call, but just making sure that all these kids are learning the tackle low, which is quite important when they move up to the professional level, once you're used to tackling low.
Yeah, so far most of the Kiwi teams probably tackling a little bit higher, targeting the ball, and the referees are mainly South African, and they are really policing tackle height. I did see a statistic from the St Kitts first game where the penalty count was 37-5 against St Kitts, although St Kitts ran out pretty easy winners in that game.
Yeah, well, I think hopefully St Kitts will come out and they've learned to deal with the referee and the tackle height.
So good opportunity here for Odyssey. They're about 5 to 6 metres out off the line. They'll really want to get their first phase going well here.
Interesting here, Cookie. Look at this. I think they've got a 13-man line out.
Oh, my word, you're right.
Win the ball first, and they'll go all the way to the try line. Sometimes they think of the move first before winning the ball.
Be interesting to see if Botney get this ball, whether they... Oh, and he's got his hands to it. And they're all in there, but they're just too many of them, actually. Edwards, he's a really combative guy. And trying to see whether the referee, did he give that one? Edwards was in amongst it. And he's checking with his touchy. Oh, and he's given the try.
No, it's a penalty. Crawling.
Oh, my word. Penalty for crawling to the line.
But once again, you've got to win your line out ball before thinking of what moves you're taking. Odyssey still got opportunities here to apply pressure, so if they can keep Botney in their own 22 and force them to kick out or make mistakes so they can stay here and apply pressure.
Yeah, they've got to make sure that they don't make mistake after mistake here. Oh, good take at the front there. And Botney going from deep here, Blundell. Oh, and this is good work.
Good play. Look sharp, that back line. They just needed their last pass out on the edge to hold on to that one. They would have put Odyssey in a lot of pressure. Once you crack that defensive line and teams are paddling back, you need to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, it was... they're going from deep. Botney, certainly they're not scared to put a little bit there under the ball and try and get out to the edges. So Odyssey come away from the scrummage, digging this ball out. The big man there, Waka Solomon. You can see this Botney defence. And there he is, the big man, Kazua. So Botney moving the ball into the midfield. Nate Springer feeling the pressure coming from the outside there, looking for a runner, but Botney came up on the outside. But I think it's going to be a penalty to Odyssey. Oh, and a yellow card there. Maybe something said. Rider Ilaoa. I didn't see anything in particular at that ruck, but either something was said or done, and the referee straight into the pocket, showing him the cheese. So 12-0, 22 minutes gone. Odyssey have been over the line once, but disallowed for crawling on the floor. So really trying to make a game of it.
Good opportunity here for Odyssey to get across the line, Cookie. As I mentioned earlier on, they've just got to win the line out first. Don't worry about
the next thing. Focus. So a little bit of confusion here as they look to throw the ball into this line out. They finally get the ball, but again, it's gone squint. And everything you said there, absolutely right, that they need to focus on winning the ball first.
Yeah, it's a bummer, Cookie, that once again it's the challenges for team that just come together like this. It's a set piece, getting the calls and understanding each other. So that's something that Odyssey's got to work hard in the next 30 minutes. Whether they have any chance of winning the game or scoring some points, they've got to learn their line-outs to win their ball.
So for those of you in the chat watching this asking about what's going on pitch 2, there is actually a live stream on pitch 2. You just have to search for it. But there's no commentary on it, but so Gaggiano with the feed here. And he grasses that ball up the middle. All options open here for Odyssey, and they bring the ball just up to halfway. And now with men lined up on the left-hand side, gives his forwards a target. Typical halfback talking to the referee there. Oh, big number 17 there. Caleb Justino. So Odyssey swinging it back. And Kazua. Big hit there. And just fumbling it at the base there. I think in everything that Odyssey are doing there, they're kind of playing a second or so ahead of where they actually are.
Yes, they are. I think if I add on my 2 cents to Odyssey, they understand the play or what to do, but I think their ball carrier way too deep and given Botney a chance to rush up and stop them from breaking the advantage line. So I think they just got to get a bit closer to the ball into the line and take it hard and fast.
Yep. So I think the halfback there was a little bit guilty of leading with his hands. I was always taught, I had one coach who taught me at halfback back in the days when we had pockets on our shorts, and he used to make me in training run into the ruck with my hands in my pockets, get my feet to the ball, and then go, not go burrowing with your hands first. But I don't think there's been a set of pockets on a pair of shorts in rugby since about the 1970s, so that probably says it all. So Blundell again making some yards there and just throws the tackler off. Just shrugs his shoulders. Great work for the man with the mullet. So Bowden in at first receiver there. Oh, and a yellow card, so that evens the numbers up. 14 apiece now with Botney. 12-0 in the lead with about 3 minutes to go to half time. And they just dropped that one to the corner. Zach Tate there. So Botney haven't been really threatening the Odyssey territory here for about 6 or 7 minutes. Been a good 6 or 7 minutes for Odyssey, and the only thing that's kept them away from the try is their own mistakes. So Botney eventually retrieve a ball here. And again, a really big fake from the number 5 there on the penalty. Holding on. Max Edwards really making a point there, ripping that ball on the floor off Papali'i.
Yes, well, once again, Cookie, there was the wind playing this factor where it forces teams to play to do trick play in front, and Botney certainly did the trick play in front.
Oh, and Odyssey have missed the touch. So Botney looking to bring it wide. Oh, some good footwork there from Blake Carkall. Oh, and some decent work there from Reece Bowden. But eventually the ball finding its way to touch. Just about a minute to go now. Odyssey will be desperate to get out of here and not concede another try before half time. Taking some time to set these scrummages. Reece Bowden in the 22 jersey. Standing just inside Blundell, who's at first. And they grasp this ball in the middle. On a great opportunity to run to the open side here. Zach Tate. Clean pair of heels. Lachlan Taylor streaking down the edge there. Oh, and the penalty given away again. And another card. So Odyssey down to 13 now. I reckon the smart move would be to go the scrum. Try and lock everybody from Odyssey in. Take advantage of the numbers, but they're just going to run hard. Dropping the shoulder in there. And just about 2 to 3 metres short now. Just some pick and goes. And there's another pick and go almost to the line. Finally, Bowden just strides through.
Too big, too strong.
Yeah. Some good lead-up work from the forwards there. Just sapped the energy and pulled them in, and they got a little bit narrow. And, as you say, too big, too strong. Never going to stop him from there.
I think Odyssey, something for them to talk about half-time, Cookie, is their chase line. This is about the 4th time in the last 10 minutes where they kick and their chasers don't sort themselves out. You know, when you kick, you got to come up in line and try to not give any opportunities for attacking teams.
Yeah, it's probably with the pressure they've been under, the little chip and chase was not the thing to do. They should have booted the ball off the island and made Botney come from deep. But there it is, 19 points to 0. Half time. We'll be back with you in the second half. So we come back from half-time, and a score right on half-time by Botney took them out to a 19 points to nil lead over Odyssey. It's just blowing onto that far touchline, isn't it? I don't think it's helping anyone, is it? Really? So 19-0.
Odyssey number 5, that Cookie, so far now, he's loving the breakdown. I think that's his 4th turnover.
He's Kalen Lamont certainly getting stuck in. So if you're looking for pitch 2, go World Schools Festival 2025, pitch 2. It'll be there somewhere, pitch 2, day 3. It's definitely there. So, setting down a scrummage here. A few changes on the Botney side. Olds in the 10 jersey, now stepping in at 9. Odyssey still down to 14 men.
Botney's got one of their loose forward out in the back line. Be interesting if they're going to do a trick play and run it out of here, or they're going to kick. Is that the 6 or 8 out in the back line?
Probably I think it's the 8.
Well, it look exciting here, what they're going to do. Cookie, looks like they will play and then try run it out.
So Olds flips that ball. Oh, a little trying to dink it over the top. So again, just a little mistake there. Hands the ball straight back to Botney. Odyssey really struggling to keep any pressure on, just with little mistakes, as we said in the first half. They just always seem to be getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
They had a good scrum in the last one. So if Odyssey can once again put a lot of pressure on Botney scrums, force them to not deliver a clean ball to their 10s, and that means they can stay down and play this side of the field.
So Olds with the 10 jersey on. Big shock of blonde hair. Spins round on a dime there. And Olds picks up 3 or 4 guys scragging him at the base of that scrummage. But breaking too soon. The Odyssey 14, Stanley Wade, looks like he's struggling a bit here. That scrummage was a real mess.
That's good to see though, Cookie, a bit of a competition in the scrum times.
Yeah. And good to see Owen Warwick, the Odyssey 22, mum and dad, watching in from the UK. Welcome aboard. So Stanley Wade, maybe a little bit of claret there. Just going to take a few minutes off to get that sorted. So Botney kicking it on. Oh, just taps and goes. Oh, making some good ground down that right edge. Need to make sure they look after the ball. Just got a little bit loose as they got away from the support there. I can see the touchy flag up, so it's going to be an Odyssey throw in here. Again, big number 8 for Botney, playing out here in the midfield. Gets his hands on the ball, but some soft hands there, and Blundell just drops it on the toe. They're chasing away here. Oh, some good D at the back there. Odyssey scrambling here under all sorts of pressure, and that's a good counter ruck there. Sweeping forward onto that. And it'll be interesting to see whether they tap and go or drop this in. Oh, no, he goes again. Justino, the big man in the 8 shirt. Odyssey getting their shoulder to the wheel, defending here. But I'm pretty sure Botney will just go a couple of times short here. We've got some big, imposing men in the forward pack here. Olds digs in for it. They spread the ball. Decent footwork there from Calcal. Gets the ball out there wide. And that is try number 4. All seemed fairly inevitable after they won that turnover.
Just constant pressure from Botney there. I think they'd all come down to Blundell. Is it Blundell with the wee kick behind, forcing Odyssey to turn around? That's a clever play. And then from there on, they just keep pumping the pressure, and they ended up flicking it out wide to the wing to score.
Yeah, they were streaking through on that. Odyssey to start with, scrambled back well. And that kick falls short, so 24 points to 0 early on in this second half for Botany. Just playing their bigger men and putting the pressure on. Fairly physically imposing in all of the phases. And Rachel Makata says, "Hey Halle, great to have you join.
Kia ora, Rachel.
Please turn up your volume, Rachel." Luca's mum from St Kent's. So coming away with this ball again, Botany just probing on this left side. Olds pulls the ball in field. Ryder Ilaoa. And not releasing. Botney shown that they've been really, really keen to have a run. Zach Tate on this ball. Yeah, drops it on the toe. And then punts it deep. Finds a lot of green grass. There's Odyssey scrambling back for this ball. And he comes out to this right edge. And Reese Bowden gets onto this ball. Oh, and a slight knock on there. Just a little bit of push and shove. They're getting friendly with each other, Harley.
Part and parcel of the game. I think Botney now can see the Odyssey team are just walking a bit, so they're trying to run everything. Doesn't matter where it is on the field. They think they can get into the try line from just running it from their own 22.
So the penalty eventually comes to Botney. Zach Tate is obviously just going to drop this on the toe. Oh, big run there from Charlie Hoft. Pretty much easily through there for Hilton Mom. So that is try number 5 for this pretty decent Botney outfit.
Just some power play and playing direct for Botney there. But I don't think Odyssey are still in the game here. I think they've just got to slow down the play and then get them times to breathe and regroup and see what they can do to counter the Botney attack. But right now, there's not much difference in what they're doing. Just a bit of fitness that Botney is having. I know I talk about that earlier on. It's tough for teams to come in together like this in a couple of days.
Yeah, as you say, Botney school team, they will have been training hard for this back in New Zealand for a number of weeks. Probably a trip of a lifetime for some of these boys from Botney.
Yeah, but Botney plays in the 1A grade in Auckland, so they're playing against the top schools, and NZ week in and work out, and you can see the difference at the moment, and especially for the last 20 minutes, you see them pick up another level.
I think the physicality and the size of the Botney boys is sort of really starting to tell now on these Odyssey boys. Of course, it's day 3, so these boys have all got a fair few minutes into their legs. So Olds rips that ball back. Zach Tate high and hanging. Well fielded at the back for Odyssey. Oh, some good footwork. Gets away from the first tackler, but gets run out on the touchline. That always used to be considered a hanging offence to get bundled over the touchline. So gives Botney another chance. So it goes up at the front. Decent from Botney. Get in amongst that. And that's a pretty committed run that takes them over halfway there. Odyssey now just playing Route 1, but Santiago. He ran straight into Justino there, who halted the progress. But they've given the penalty away, so just a slight foothold here for Odyssey as we're just about to go into the final quarter of this game.
Yeah, that's what I spoke to about earlier on, Cookie. Just slow everything down. Don't play into Botney's pace. play in their own pace, slow it down, walk to the line out, and make sure you win the line out. And I think if they win this line out, they're in a good chance of scoring try or putting some points on the board.
As you say, this is crucial to win this line out. But there's some tall timber in this Botney line out. Oh, but they come down with it. Oh, and a great rumble here. Just need to keep going, drop their shoulders, and they've drawn the penalty. So they're playing with house money here, but only 5 or 6 metres short. And finally the Botney guys get back in behind it. Botney need to make sure they keep their hands on this ball. Oh, and they've gone short. But they've got the penalty to come back to. As you say, first time they've put some pressure on and they've gone quickly. Oh, and he's given the try. So Odyssey finally break the donut.
What's the key there, Cookie? Win your line out ball first.
Win your line out rather than thinking you're going to win your line out ball. But it's probably about the first time that Odyssey have put some pressure on, got the penalty, kicked the line out, as you say, won the line out, put the pressure on, get the penalty. You know, they put Botney on the back foot and wait until the 46th minute of the game to do that. They're probably kicking themselves that they didn't have a crack a little bit earlier.
Hopefully, this will lift them up. You know, the last 5 minutes they've just been walking around on the field, head down, but now they have a bit of belief that they can score tries.
So Cook Island Samurai says solid work, Botney. Oh, it's a decent kick, but no cigar. So 19 or 29 points to 5.
That'll put a smile on the two coaches, former All Black Dominic Bird and Albie Matheson, coaching Odyssey.
Yeah, they'll be overjoyed with that. Been having a couple of evening debriefs with those gentlemen, talking it through. They'll be, as you say, they'll be overjoyed with that. So Cook Island Samurai.
Dominic will take credit for their lineouts in more tries, wouldn't he?
I'm pretty sure we'll hear all about it tonight. So out on the full. So as ever, put a little bit of pressure on yourselves, and they go quickly with the line out, and the referee not allowing that to play. So, as we say, a little bit of a pendulum swing in the pressure, and Botney make a mistake putting it out on the full, and the referee, although Odyssey wanted to go quick with the line out on halfway, the ref has brought them back for the scrum feed midfield. So, in the chat there, shout out to Caleb, Botney boy. So a decent scrummage there from Odyssey. They're caught behind the advantage line there, but Botney coming over the top. Again, Odyssey be well served to kick this to touch. Set this line out up again.
What a scrum. Now, as we spoke about earlier on, slow it down. Win your line out again, you're in the game.
And Desiree, thanks for that call. That number 23 for Botney is Liam Ellison. Apologies, we're only working off the info the Botney coaches have given us. Decent early jump there.
I thought they were going to bring up another trick play in front. That'll be our 5th trick play of the game.
So, pretty stiff breeze As you can see, the flags on pitch 2 blowing away there, blowing onto that touchline. It's going to make throwing into this line out pretty difficult. Oh, and it goes over the top. And young Tyler Gaggiano swept onto that from halfback, but just shelled the ball. So Odyssey get another chance to set a bit of a platform here, Halle. It's definitely been a good 6 or 7 minutes for them.
I know. I think they're working it out. And once again, they've got to play a bit flatter. They're playing too deep, the Odyssey team here. It gives Botney back to rush up on D and making sure they don't break the advantage line. But if they can flatten up a bit on the attack, I think they can hold on to the ball. They eventually can break the advantage line.
So a little bit of shenanigans there in the front row. Referee just forcing them to reset. Good crowd down here at Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub on day 3. Solid drive from Botney. Well, they got the ball out to the big fella. Carries it up in midfield. And they keep coming round the same way. Oh. Big hit there from Bowden. Almost stripped the ball but ruled offside. Looking to go down that short side. Making a little bit of ground. Really messy. Bowden with another huge hit there. And Botney streaking down the field. So, by deduction, if Liam Ellison is playing in the 23 jersey,
you got to give credit to the Botney defensive line in the last couple of plays. They wanted to get up in the Odyssey's face and make tackles, and then they ended up forcing errors and getting the ball. So that you know how you can say in coaching, turn defence into attack.
Yeah, a couple of times there. Connor Bowden up with a real spot hit.
Connor Bowden has been a handful all day, defence on attack.
He's a big man to be playing in the midfield of a
Very
schoolboy
skillful
game. Big boy. Just in front of us now, the Odyssey pack talking to each other as there's a bit of a break for an injury here. The next game in about 10 minutes on pitch 1 here is TSC from the UK versus Porter's Gymnasium first team, all the way from Stellenbosch in South Africa. So feed to Odyssey here. Odyssey, good carry there through the front. As you said, not playing behind the gain line there and really getting some benefit from that. And the ball at the back there, marked well. I think that's Lachlan Taylor. Decent take at the back there. And some decent work there from Odyssey, knowing that you can charge a free kick. Oh, and held up in the middle here, choked up. But they managed to get the ball to the ground, but have shelled it forwards. So Botney will get the feed to the scrummage. These Odyssey boys have really made a go of it in this last 15 minutes. As you say, maybe some harsh words at half-time there from AJ LaRue, Don Bird and Albie Mathewson. Have knocked him into a little bit of shape. And good to see Harrison Edwards is calling out that Max the Mullet is back on. But he have to go something to beat this mullet from Blundell, because that's a good ball out to his winger. Tran, decent tackle. And now Exodus Papali'i setting a really good target for his forwards. But a decent counter ruck here. But the referee judges they've flopped over the top of that one.
Botney changing game plan, not tapping, going to the line out.
Yeah, I think they've probably realised that they need to give Odyssey a little bit more respect in this second half. Probably getting a little bit fed up of being on the wrong end of it. So going back and playing a little bit of standard play. Oh, and a big mix-up there for Botney. And Odyssey come away with it. But he's lost it forward there. So they did all the hard work in the forwards there. Won the ball back and just shelled an easy ball there, Holly.
Hard to defend in this type of scrum, Cookie. Midfield scrum, they got option left and right.
Yeah.
And I put my money is going to go to Bundell.
Yeah.
There we go.
So
He's
Ellison,
the playmaker.
So Ellison in the 23 jersey. Footwork on that edge. Working really hard there. And Botney referee is signalling that he wants to go and talk to his touch judge, I think. The Botney boys kind of went up like they scored, but they don't look overly confident here, do they? But the try is given. So getting themselves back on the score sheet, taking it out to 34 points to 5, kick to come. That score has been a long time coming. There's about 2 minutes to go once this kick is taken. So Lachlan Taylor with the kick.
Connor Bowden has been awesome all day, but Blundell, he's been the mastermind in their attack.
Yeah, he's big, strong and powerful on the run. I think in the first or second minute, somebody tackled him high and he just shrugged them off. And he's been doing that for the rest of the day.
I think it's got something to do with the mullet.
I would dearly love to be able to grow a mullet like that, but those days have passed me by. Couple of sharp-looking haircuts out there. So, with a minute to play, Odyssey kicking off again. They've shown a really good account of themselves in this second half. But that ball just bounces dead, so they're going to be coming all the way back for a scrum on halfway. Which I have always considered it ought to be a hanging offence if you don't get your kickoff back into play when you've just conceded. The last thing the forwards want to be doing is coming back for this midfield scrum. As you said about 2 minutes ago. This is a tough thing to defend here. Tyler Gaggiano looking out to Blundell, who stood just to the left of the scrummage, out of shot here, with young Khan Tran with his twinkle toes feet out on this left wing in the 11 jersey. So the clock in the red now. 34 points to 5. Botney over Odyssey. Be interesting to see whether Botney want to play or just get the ball off the island.
I think Blundell is looking, he'll get the ball once again. If I was Odyssey, I'll have 3 players marking up on Blundell.
Yeah, here we go. First receiver. Oh, and he gets the outside. Steps through the first tackle and he's still going. Driving hard. Some good leg drive after the initial contact. Oh, decent tackle there by Odyssey, and they come up with the turnover penalty. All forced by a really good chop tackle there. So it'll be interesting to see whether Odyssey want to keep playing. I think they're going to kick the touch and go for the line out. It'll be tough to carve off too many metres into this wind. Oh, but they go. And they've gone out to the left edge, making some good ground, but lost the ball forward in the tackle there. The big number 5 lock doing his defensive work as well in the wide channels. So Botney giving it one last roll of the dice here. Oh, good D from Odyssey there. And they win the scrummage, but that will be the end of the game. And Botney run out 34 points to 5. Thank you, Halle. So and so here we are with our first cup game on day 3. The winner of this will pretty much go through to the cup final. So we have Paul Reurs Gymnasium playing in their maroon and gold from left to right. Kyle Snyers about to kick off, and referee Johan Ross blows the whistle, and that is a good take from CJ White. This is going to be a big matchup. Samuel Marshall with a huge touch finder there. Takes play to up to about the 10-metre line. We had some really, really tight games on Tuesday, and it'll be interesting to see this TSC side made up of a collection of schools: Clifton, Ipswich, Sedbergh, Whitgift, Millfield, and a few others. But Paul Reurs get through their work, and a big knock on there from Christian LaRue. The ball fired at him. So they look like two pretty evenly matched sides in terms of size in the forwards here, Harley.
Yep, definitely. I earlier the first game against Fiji, there's a bit of unmatched heights there with the 2 locks and the 2 midfielders at Port Rouge, but seems like the TSC boys, they've got some big lads there to counter.
So Oakley Neville from the Millfield School had a message from John Mallett, their Director of Sport, the other day. He's down in Australia watching the Ashes, so I'm sure he'd rather be here than seeing what's unfolding in Adelaide at the moment. And again, that's another ball shelled by Paul Reurs. Maybe just a little bit nervous in the early phases of this game.
Good to see, Cookie. A bit of excitement, a bit of nervous between both teams. 10 for TSC, Silky skills there where he took the ball up to the line thinking that he's going to flick it out wide, but he put a wee kick behind, put a bit of pressure.
He's a big man, Samuel Marshall from the Whitgift School. He's also been involved with the Harlequins Academy. Again, big man for an inside back. So Oakley Neville with the feed. Decent scrummage. Samuels and Orlando Moore coming off his wing. He's been met well in the tackle, but gets the ball to ground. Samuels again plays out the back. Oh, and some good work there from Gill. TSC looking after this ball. Pele Noop, Dutch under-18 international, as Samuels feeds that one through on the floor. Caden Samuels returns it. Some mazy running, but a decent chase here from Paul Reurs, putting real pressure on this ball. And Pele Noop gets his hands through the contact there. Oh, and a good ball there. 21 streaking down the wing. Vinny Sims. Great work here from TSC as they dig the ball out. Coming left and right. Good work from Parry Cooper there. But some Pretty combative play here.
We're up
first
for a
5
game.
minutes.
We're up for a game, Cookie. The skill levels from both these two teams, and I'm not talking now in the last game, but this one, the skill levels are up another level.
Yeah, the size of the men, the skill level. And they look like they're playing pretty well together. The TSC team have, obviously an amalgamation team, have come together and they've looked a little bit better every day as the festival has gone on. We're on day 3 of rugby, but it's probably about day 6 or 7 of them being in town, and TSC get their hands on that. Coming out into the middle. Oh, Pele Noop. Oh, sorry, Lewis Sedgwick smashed in the middle there, but didn't knock it on. And young Caden Samuels doing some tidying up work there. Paul Rurs digging in for this ball. They've got it. Oh, and that was, you can tell the pressure was on him there. But the referee has adjudged that offside at the kick there. But the pressure on Jaden Powell at the base there, he tried to kick that one away when really he should have probably gone with a one-off runner to get a better setup. So Paul Rurs with the feed. Oh, good ball there from Capito. Bass on this big number 13 for Paul Rurs. Hitting and spinning. Probably should have held on to that. TSC have come up with this ball. So just playing the knock-on advantage as Samuels dinks this ball over the top. Basson coming back on it. But the referee pulls them back.
I know it's earlier in the game, but the way TSC all chased down when Paul Ruse broke the line, that shows a lot about wanting to get back and support and get your defensive line in place.
Yeah, I think you can really tell more about a team about what they do in defence than attack. As you say, working back for each other there. So the ball going into touch.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. The last 2 line-outs, if you watch the defensive team there, they've got a system. So you can tell then that they put a bit of effort in their line-out trainings and reading opposition line-out.
On the ball, just taken away from CJ White. Oh, and that's a good run back. Hard run by James Herber. Capito. Oh, looking for the man. Basson over his head. Carl Schneers brings it back. Powell plays through the front with his forwards. Capito, good hands there. Just gently moving through the gears here. Moore comes up for the steal and they just played it over the top of him. Good tackling there from TSC. So a decent position here Jaden Powell with the feed into this Paul Rose scrummage. Is this the first scrummage? I think it is, isn't it? Big turn in there from George Lloyd, who's on the loose head on this side for TSC. As I say, some big men out here. I've been struggling to fight my way to the front of the buffet queue at the hotel with these young fellas. So Jaden.
Watch how Paul Roos plays real flat. Big forwards come around the corner, whether they're going to get the ball or decoyed, but
yeah, they've got two big players in midfield. Oh, and he tried to tow that one ahead. Oh, and he got the ball out of the contact there. Sam Gill did well to not get bundled into touch there. They've resourced that pretty well. Freddie Galatazine Scott. And they're trying to get over the top of this, and they've actually won the turnover cleanly. Jaden Powell fighting his way for these extra metres. It's probably made 6 or 7 metres on the carry there. And they've pulled it back deep to Basson, and he's found a huge swathe of green grass here. Samuel Marshall pushes that ball deep, but that's a huge net gain for Paul Rose. Some decent defence in the wide channels there.
TSC just got excited in the corner just near us. If they slow down a bit, get a couple of carries and reset their back line, they would have put Paul Rose under a lot of pressure.
So Paul Rose scrummage here. You can see one of the TSC back forwards out in the backs. So I believe that's Barnard. Good run from Paul Rose as they start to put a few phases together. Capito held that one up. Basson back on the inside to Caden Samuels. And Samuels with a great finish there. But a good bit of first phase play there, and great work at the 10 slot from Capito. Held that ball up.
Just the offload game. You can't teach those offload. If you're confidence to throw one out, and they're paid off. But I'll tell you, that play there, and all come down to LaRue at 6. He's pretty handy so far. Every time he touches the ball, he'll make at least 15 metres. Low gravity, built like I thought he was a hooker. So it looks like he's going to be a hard player to handle for the rest of this game.
The way Paul Rose set their side up, they normally pretty much roll the changes at half-time, irrespective of what's going on. But they might be slightly different in this must-win game. And the kick is away. I think we're in for a hell of an arm wrestle here. I don't think TSC are dead and buried by any stretch.
No. As we seen earlier on, they've got some skillful player and they've got some big forwards. So just a bit like what Paul Ruse did, when you get down to the 22, just slow down a bit and make sure you got your pods in place.
Big high-hanging short kick, and it's knocked on by Paul Rose as they come forward onto it. And TSC trying to get it out into the wide channels, and
happens all up to international level, Cookie, where you score a try, you ease back, you go back and don't focus on receiving the ball, giving the ball back to TSC. So
that old coach of mine that used to make me put my hands in my pockets, he always used to have this phrase when we would score: get the switch back down. You know, you have your little high fives and you get excited, but as soon as you get back to halfway and the conversion's taken, switch back on.
And all you've got to focus on is just catching that ball and do your exit, then you're down, get your play on the positions half.
It's a pretty decent hanging short kickoff that he had to come forward onto, but he still should really have got that. But a mistake in the wide channels, poor pass out to Orlando Moore, and the knock on. So Porter's, I think, spun round on the Porter's tight head there. But TSC certainly giving plenty at scrum time. So TSC just going a little bit too early there. Tom Cruikshank there set a target for his forwards, but some good D there from TSC. Looks like Powell will be setting himself up for the box kick here. It's high and hanging. They're going to compete. Oh, great there from Samuels. Just evaded his grasp there, but he got up well for that as well.
TSC just slightly under pressure with their scrums. I think Paul Roos tidied it. Zach Stain. It'll be interesting what they do. There's a sub going on in the front row for TSC. And I don't know if that's a tactical one or injury, Cookie.
Yeah, we're just about halfway through this first half at 17 minutes, so they could be rolling some subs. So some pressure. So George Lloyd getting very excited, but he almost got turned inside out there, Hello.
Yeah. I've never been a prop and I don't know what's going on in the scrums here, Cookie. You can educate me a bit.
There's it's definitely the dark arts in there, my friend. So TSC with Lewis Sedgwick with the throw. Sedgwick from Sedbergh School in the north of England, also a Cumbria representative, throwing into this line out. Oh, and a good ball off the top there from White. Some heat coming on. William Johnson. But pressure coming on from Paul Roos, forced the scrummage. Although it's a real contest, you kind of feel that the little bits and pieces are just going the Paul Roos way with the pressure they're putting on.
If TSC could just go back to their first 3 and 5 minutes where everything was flowing, you know, with their paws and the way they were playing, going wide and then stack up the pods. I think they're just rushing at the moment.
So Jaden Powell bounces out to the right-hand side here. Puts a grubber kick. Deep, deep, deep. And I think that is a fantastic kick. Absolutely fantastic work there from Powell. That was real skill. And that's going to have TSC wondering every time he bounces out that way if he's going to do that. So Sedgwick with the throw, not a 50-22, but that's a huge, huge gain. And with the wind coming off this touchline where he's throwing it from, this is coffin corner for TSC. Oh, great work there. George Lloyd at the front of the line out. So TSC pull the ball back. On the ball just stays in field. Krieger LaRue. Oh, and he loses the ball in contact. CJ White comes away with the ball. Gets hit by Jaden Powell. Wills digs in for it. Big number 12. Gets sent back from where he came there. Reuben Winter, big man. And it's absolutely fantastic to see the passion of these boys. They are properly getting stuck in. Just under 10 minutes to go to half time. So Sedgwick getting the call from his tight head, George Lloyd. On another good ball off the top there from Cruikshank. Sorry, Dylan Parry Cooper. Setting up a target in midfield here. And a huge counter ruck coming through there. Paul Rurza really saw that TSC had switched off in that ruck and drove through with the counter. The ball has bounced a couple of times, but I think that's Finley Ridges has come up with the ball on the floor. Just a little dribble forward, so 5-0, 22 minutes gone. Bit of an arm wrestle, Halle.
Yeah, it seems like as both teams, they're struggling a bit to get their game flowing. Bit of panic and rush, so I think the first team that settles everything down, and maybe, because they've been playing in the middle here, maybe if Marshall just put the ball down into the 22s, slow everything down, have a breather, and they can get a good attack platform.
Just looking at the flags around the pitch, and they're kind of swirling a bit. But if anything, Porters have got the better of the wind in this half. Dropped it on the toe there, and I think Samuels has knocked that one on. And Gunnar Scott swoops through on that. But Porters have got their hands on it. And a bit of broken field here. And finally, they set a target. Oh, and that's a raking kick. They could have been in all sorts of trouble, but back into the 22. So that is a huge break for TSC. So this is a crucial line out for TSC. Chance to put some real pressure on, as we spoke about with Odyssey in the last game. If they can just do two things right, then everything flows from it. They've got the ball down. Porter's working hard to defend this maul. TSC guys look a little bit higher now. They've gone to floor. And the referee gives another penalty. Will they go again into this corner? As I say, I think Paul Reurs have got the better of the wind in this half, so anything that TSC can get on the scoreboard in this first half will be crucial. So apologies for those people getting worried about the camera work on the right hand side, but we've got some huge floodlight stanchions that means sometimes we cannot get the camera shot into the corner. Apologies for that, but not much we can do about it. So championship minutes in this first half, Halle. Need a good line out from TSC.
Yep. Port Rouge just under a bit of pressure because also they've been warned by the referee with the penalty count, so they might hold back a bit, fearing of the ref's call, and if they do, TSC will punish them.
TSC get the ball down into the hands. They look like they've got a reasonably good set. Still a little bit high there, but they're driving, making steady progress towards the line there. And it's spinning and it's got a little bit messy. They need to make sure. Oh, and the ref has got his hands out. So TSC now playing with house money. They get the ball out. Galatazine. Oh, the big wide looping pass there. Sam Gill comes in field. Tidies up what was a messy ball. Oh, and the halfback goes. And it suddenly went very dark as he ran down a... He ran down a dark alley, but they're now sprinting back across. Oh, and he's gone quickly. And probably not the sharpest move there. They didn't have too many resources in that wide channel. But halfback digs in. That's good defence there from Paul Reurs. The referee telling them to stay on the back foot. Oh, and they've come away with this. Just a knock on at the crucial time. Some real bite in that Paul Reurs defence there, Halle. They really didn't want to give anything up.
Credit to Port Rouge, but I don't think there was the right call to do a quick tap when they're under pressure. The referee have warned them. And I think it would be a smarter move to go to the line out and drive, which their drive earlier on was very good. But that's what pressure does to you in a rugby game, Cookie.
Oh yeah, it's easy from the cheap seats here. Yeah, when it's all on. So an injury there to one of the TSC guys, just on the far side there. So as we come back from this break with about 2 minutes to go to half time, Paul Reurs will want to play some structure coming out of here and clear this ball. But they do have a couple of speedsters on the outside, so if TSC give them a sniff on the outside, I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a run out from here, Halle. But
yeah. Well, I think TSC, just let them play, let them exit, and it's their own line out around here. So no penalties, no...
Good scrummage.
Here we go.
And they come deep. On the ball is in field. Oh, that's well taken, and now they've got an opportunity to have a go. But a decent kick chase there from Paul Reurs, but the penalty given away. And now this needs calm heads. Best thing they can do is push this ball as deep into the 22 as they possibly can. Sam Marshall Takes the ball up and he has that familiar pendulum style swing. So another opportunity here. Sedgwick with a throw. Parry Cooper takes the ball.
Patient.
Trying to slip away there on the blind side as the heat came through. Oh, and the ball's gone loose there. And nope, Dutch international. Oh, but a fantastic turnover there. Looked like Jaden Powell, but the referee bringing it back. Again, I think they've just got to play into the corner here.
The work of Paul Roos in the breakdown, Cookie, it's like they've got 8 open side.
Yeah. I mean, they were playing under penalty advantage, TSC, but Jaden Powell got a fantastic turnover there. Took it clean as a whistle. There's a lot of referees, whenever a turnover is made, they start to play penalty advantage, but there was no infringement there, and they just picked it clean as a whistle. So Sedgwick, Parry Cooper again, the go-to man in the line out here. They've got a decent drive set up. They need to be patient. Sedgwick bursts away on the edge there. Big Matt Palmer there helping him out. But they need to just be patient here, and they've knocked the ball on. And that will be half-time. So we have a hell of a game on here, Halle.
Yeah, I think the coaches will relay the message to TSC. They just got to play outside the 9 channel, because as we mentioned before, Poru's got about 8 flankers for turnovers and they're working around the breakdown. So they just got to play outside the 9 or the 10 channel, and I think they'll go really well.
So half-time here in this first cup game today on day 3. Poorers 5, TSC 0.
He's forwards coach, eh?
Yep. It's Sandy Bay. It's my club.
He's one of my best mates from.
There you go. On a great take there. CJ White off and running. What a way to start the
start! What a start!
Wow. The clock on here is on about 40 seconds, but that must have been about 10 or 11 seconds. What a fantastic start to the second half. Absolutely caught Paul Ruiz.
What a kickoff from Sammy Marshall.
And so a very, very good start from TSC. As you say, it was a great, great kick. So big kick. Oh, and he's nailed it. That is some start to this second half. So let's see if that has stirred Paul Ruiz into something. Very, very deep kick. You kind of feel, Halle, that TSC must not tighten up. There is too far to go in this game to go inside and try and hold a 2-point lead over these guys.
Yeah, it seems they've just got to play their own game. Don't play into Paul Ruiz's hand where you keep a net tight, couple of carries in the middle. Well, I think it'll work out well for them if they just play the wide game. Move these big boys around.
So Barnard with the throw here. Trying to play with a little bit of tempo. Oh, and it's gone over the top of the big man. Oh, and Travis Pfeiffer does really well to pick that one up. Jaden Powell doubling around. Ball in the hands of Basson. And then streaking down. Kyle Snyers. Oh, and a big carry there from Yapi. Oh, and Travis Pfeiffer. They were really going through the gears there and looking good.
That was pretty to watch, the attack and play.
So a little bit of respite for TSC. Just as a reminder, Porters were the finalists last year against Kelston, and they pushed them all the way. And that is a decent kick out, but he's put it out on the full. So that scrummage was spotted just outside the 22, pulled it back. So great opportunity here for Pulrers. Oh, good take there. A decent setup here. They've sheared away. And some decent knowledge there from Sam Wills. tackled the man. A little bit of a loose ball. Jaden Powell has come up with it. Some real pressure here from Paul Rose. Keeping it really tight here. But now putting it out to the big number 7 in the middle here. Just picking off these pillars on the edges here. TSC really coming undone here. Good work by Paul Rose, running at the guys who are coming backwards. So just short, and the ball comes out. And they will be checking to see whether that ball was knocked on by Caden Samuels as he tried to bring it in. The ball was definitely grounded. Went back, yeah, I think the ball went backwards. And I think that's Carl Snyers. So having held the lead for 5 or 6 minutes, they've now wrested the lead back. 10-7.
Port Rouge rolling up their sleeves in their last few plays. You know, a couple of hit up by the big boys.
Yeah.
And it created a bit of space on the edge for them to attack.
Yeah, they drew some people in with the initial hits up on the right, and then the big number 7 made a bit of a bust. So Travis Pfeiffer with an opportunity here. Oh, and Pfeiffer slams that one off the poles. So 10 points to 7. All to play for. So Samuel Marshall, he'll be wanting a carbon copy of the second half kickoff. And gets that ball. And TSC have come up with the crumbs here. Oh, dropping that substantial shoulder in there, Matthew Palmer, but he loses the ball. And Paul Rose comes streaking away with this. Oh, good play there from Philip Venter. Basson gets the ball out. And Snyers just trying to get the ball into the hands of Samuels. Samuel's got huge pace, but I think he just got ahead of it a little bit there.
He scored the try before he had the ball. But I think that's TSC that just got to avoid getting Port Rouge into their 22s.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of meat on this bone yet.
You know what Port Rouge will do once they get into your own 22 and that. They'll do the forward play.
So this scrummage being set
Big
down.
scrum here.
Yeah. Just outside the 22, so they can't go direct. Oh, and the referee.
Couple of head-ups, and then they'll go wide.
Jaden Powell on to the big men here from this free kick. Powell, yeah. It's looking very familiar. TSC getting themselves round the corner, trying to match up. That looks like Chris Mayberg on in the 2 jersey. Basson, this big midfielder, just bounces through. And after some good resistance.
That's exactly what we're talking about, Cookie. We know exactly what Port Rouge is going to do once they get into your 22. Couple of carries from their forwards. then they'll go out to the back straight away, and it's paying off for them.
Yep. And one of the TSC defenders down there. As Pfeiffer lines up this kick. And easy as you like. So they've just gone bang, bang there and eased out to a 10-point lead. 17-7 Poulreuse over TSC. I feel like TSC have got to have some belief here. And they really need to be the next team to score here. So Marshall, another hanging kick here. Oh, but better take there from Poulreuse. So Poulreuse here. Looks like Powell is setting up for the box kick from the base. It's high and hanging, not too much forward trajectory. And they're getting onto it. And the referee playing advantage to Poulreuse for the knock-on.
Just feels like the whole momentum in the last 5 minutes, Cookie, have shifted all to Poulreuse.
Yeah. 12 minutes into this second half we are already. And as a reminder, it was 5-0 at the half to Poulreuse, and then TSC scored within about 10 or 11 seconds of the half, resting the lead to 7-5. But then Poulreuse have scored 2 quick tries. As you say, the momentum's gone all their way. Big Tian Basson in the centres there. Looks like he's going to be the target. As you said, they play flat to the big man. He's just scored that decisive try for them. Powell digs in. They play out the back to Pfeiffer. Tries to get the ball to Caden Samuels. He's getting dangerously close to this touchline, but does well to stay in. Again, familiar pattern. Going with the big fellas and then starting to move it out. Pfeiffer. And the penalty. What do we do here, Halle? This is a bit like a knockout game. Do we nail the 3 points? Absolutely. Just on the left-hand post, yeah. As we say, this is almost like finals footy now. So the kicking tee on Travis Pfeiffer.
Yeah, TSC just seems like they need something to fall in their favour, or the bounce of the ball, just for them to get back into the game. Because so far now, everything Poulreuse have been doing have been ruthless, whether they're on attack or defence.
So Pfeiffer off a couple of steps. And that is solid right over the black dot. So 20 points to 7. Crucially now, 13-point gap. But there is still 15 minutes to go. But TSC do need to have a bit of a spark here. Oh, good take. Finally working out what to do with these high hanging kicks from Marshall. Just going with a one-off runner here. Sam Gill, the ball over his head. But Poulreuse have come up with this one again. Just one-off runners here. Basson steps inside. Strong carry. Big man in the midfield. Powell. Oh, great pick up there by the number 7. Just feels like Poulreuse have moved into a different gear here. Albert Nell still making good ground, and they're not panicking here, staying calm and control. Jaden Powell and Pfeiffer running the cutter here. Oh, very, very close to being an intercept. But another injury for TSC. Really feeling the pressure here. Looks like that could be young Orlando Moore.
Looks like the Poulreuse players' feet are moving around, so that's always a good sign. But for TSC, maybe this is the break that they need, just to regroup and talk about their next play and how they're going to get out of their own 22.
Yep, they need to do something to spark themselves back into action here. It's actually been 15 unanswered points in the last 15 minutes. So yeah, still one of the TSC players down. So walking in front of me is a young lad in a Bath jersey. I thought he might be a Finn Russell fan, but apparently Henry Arundel is his hero. Henry Arundel is Johnny Jetshoes these days, scored with his first ever touch in an international. And it's good to see TSC player just sitting up there now. Took a bit of a knock. Some concern about his neck, but all looks to be good. Excellent work from the medical teams here. And young Solomon Marks from the Whitgift School. Big hand for him as he makes his way off. And we come back. It is now a scrum feed to the Poulreuse team. Can the cameraman frame up the scrum? Yes, thank you. So Tristan Armitage on at halfback. Decent scrummage by Poulreuse. Armitage digs it out. Pfeiffer just forward of the horizontal there to Basson, who was on another barnstorming run. He's a big man, Basson, in the 13 jersey for a midfielder. He could easily be a loose forward.
Yes. They were just unlucky that their pass went forward, because we could just see the system they were going to get into with the 12 heading up. A couple of big forwards coming around the corner and they'll get their shape in place. But unfortunately, their pass went forward.
So the referee just adjusting his laces, and we've got another TSC player down. It's kind of as the pressure has come on. TSC have tried to physically stand up to this, but paying the price now with a few injuries. So this game effectively a semi-final in the pool. If the scores remain the same, Pool Roers will go through to the final, having won their previous 2 games. In the other pool, St Kitts are 2 from 2, having had a walkover against the Ugandan Select. But St Kitts will still have to beat the Junior Sables in the final game this afternoon. So Sam Wills there from the Millfield School making his way to the edge. So that's the second TSC player to leave the field in about 2 minutes of play here. So Uganda unfortunately still not here. So the next game is St Kitts versus Junior Sables on this field. Good spot tackle there by Caden Samuels, putting TSC under pressure with about 9 minutes to play. They probably feel like they've got to keep ball in hand here. Paul Roos very, very organised in defence. It's a good ball out of contact. And CJ White gets the ball back on the inside, but looks like Armitage has intercepted that. And as TSC try to bundle him into touch, but it's considered high. So after a great start to this second half, the Paul Roers beast has woken up. Just feels like Paul Roers are squeezing the life out of this one.
Yep, they're getting on the roll. I think TSC should just focus on disrupting this line-out.
It's a this is a really, really good hit out for Paul Roers though before the final on Saturday. I don't want to say it's completely over for TSC, but they need to get in behind this line-out. Maul drive. Pretty organised by Paul Roers. They're staying up. They've marched this about 10 or 11 metres already. Oh, good final surge there from TSC. Paul Roers still in control of this ball. And that is the score. And I think that will be the ball game. 25-7, it's a long way back for TSC now. The first half was an absolutely fantastic contest.
Poru showing a bit of experience there. They were here last year. They know how to start, they know how to finish, and just how to grind teams out.
It's a great nudge. But, as we said before, no cigar. Pfeiffer struck that ball well, but the score remains at 25 points to 7. 3 scores now required. TSC coming back here. Marshall will again try and put this high hanging kick. It's very much a 7 style kickoff. TSC initially getting a hands to that one. Oh, some great play there on the ground. Pfeiffer pulls it out the back. Oh, and getting it out to Samuels. Steps in field. Vinnie Sims eventually scragging him to the ground. Armitage to Pfeiffer, who just puts in a clever kick over the shoulder of Oakley Neville there. But the ball dribbles out into touch, and Paul Roos will have the put in. TSC haven't been able to catch a break in these last 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's been all Paul Roos. You know, I'm guessing the next 5 minutes too, Cookie.
Yeah, they've really turned the screw here. But they've overthrown that one. And I think that was Clapperton who took that at the tail of the line out. But they've really been forced to go from deep. This second half has been more about the control of Paul Roos than anything that TSC have done. They haven't played badly, they've just been out-muscled.
That's exactly what we thought about this game, Cookie. TSC have played really well, but it's just the force and the brutality of Paul Roos around the breakdown, the carries.
Oh yeah, and they've got their hand in there. Sedgwick trying to win the ball back. But Porters with about 2.5 minutes to go. But they've come in from the side there. So a lifeline. The game is gone for TSC, but they would want to finish this off with a score. A decent nudge into the corner. Taking play down to about 10 metres away from Porter's try line here. They've just got to focus on winning this line out. Clapperton with a throw. Getting the call from Nathan Elliott. Probably be looking for Parry Cooper here. And sure enough, number 12 there, and they get the ball down, trying to set up some kind of line-out maul drive. And they've got it moving. They were really patient there, and they've kept it tight. And a referee with his arm out. They're a good few metres away. And they've gone tight down the left edge of that ruck. But they've lost rights to that one, but the referee comes back for the penalty. Clapperton on the ball. Just about a minute to go now. CJ White. And probably quite sensibly Marshall pushes that into the corner. So one last hurrah for them here, Hulling.
Yep. If they can win this line out, they had a decent drive just before, so win their line out.
So Parry Cooper or White, and Parry Cooper goes up again, but it's overthrown. Pele Noop swoops on it. And the referee, as we come up to full time, shows the cheese. Nathan Elliott over the ball. Runs a little bit high, but he's got the ball, and the ball's come back. It's a little bit loose. Bradley Bomer from the Ipswich school hits and spins. They get the ball into the wide channel. They'll want to keep the ball on the dance floor here. try and put some pressure on. Parry Cooper trying to help his mates there. And the ball goes down. And that, I think, will be the ball game. Oh no, referee looks like he's going to play on. So one last scrummage. Poolroos home and hose now. They will be playing in the final, so they will be eagerly watching the St Kitts Junior Sables game, seeing what they can glean. So Tristan Armitage with this feed. What's your money on Harley? Will they try and play here, or will they just get it off the island? Oh, it looks like they're playing Pfeiffer. Pulls that ball in. Caden Samuels in and out. Oh, and he... So although Samuels was taken a little bit late there, he the defender was 100% committed. So Tristan Armitage. I cannot believe that Pele Noop was 10 metres there. And just a little nudge off the floor, long way down for that big man to reach that ball. So the clock in the red, but the referee is going to give TSC one last roll of the dice here. Yes, St Kitts versus Junior Sables is the next game. Will be immediately at the end of the final whistle here. And they just push that ball forward, trying desperately to get a score at the end. But there it is. Poolroos running out 25 points to 7. Winners over TSC. Halle, thank you very much for your help today, buddy.
Thank you, Cookie.
You will now be going on to fathering duties in the St Kitts game, yeah?
I will, but what a statement from Poolroos.
Yeah. I think they've certainly laid a marker down, and, you know, I think everybody thinks that the glamour final would be St Kitts Poolroos, and I'm pretty sure that St Kitts boys will be thinking about that already. So here we are back for the final game of day 3 of the rugby. St Kentigern's College just laying down their caps on halfway as they then come back to circle up to offer their school haka to this junior Sables side. This is just the second game for both these teams, with the Ugandan USRA side not having made it. And a fantastic haka there, performed by St Kent's. So this game is all on now. As the replacements make their way to the sideline. On the first day, some of the absolute standouts. Luca Makata, the head boy for 2025 of St Kent's New Zealand Schools. Riley Grant Fa'iva. And the real standout for me was Junior Alkuso Slade. And in the backs, Siali Pahulu, who was leading that haka. But in some of the earlier games, Machimbo, this big tight head number 3 for the Sables, Guarati and Kasose in the second row, and PK Manyakara, the vice captain of the Sables, was also to the fore as we kick this game off. And these boys warm their shoulders up. Oh, Machimbo hit really hard there. On a loose pass there. And forcing a scrum 5. So, having had 2 games with Hale Tipol as my co-commentator, we now see his son packing down in the 8 position in the 24 jersey. So Halle has taken himself away so that he can be completely biased. And it's a good scrummage from the Sables. And T-Pole drives hard to the line. But decent defence and a knock-on on the floor. So big scrummage from the Sables there. So I'm pretty sure that St Kent's will want to put the pressure on. They don't have the ball to think of on this scrummage. All they need to do is just put all their effort in. Still 5 metres from the Sables line. Denzel Dave with the feed. Oh, and that's a better scrummage from St Kent's. But walking around the corner, says the referee. So Sables will get a chance to clear their lines. So decent clearance there. The breeze just starting to pick up here in Abu Dhabi. So Choriza with the throw. The ball just knocked down by St Kent's. Oh, great rush through on the half-back there. Put him under all sorts of pressure, but the Sables wrestle this ball away. But holding on the floor. Decent play there from Grant Faiva. So to give the cameraman his due, some of the shots are obscured by some massive floodlight pylons down this side. So Jaden Randall just swings his leg into that. Takes play down to about 10 metres from the Sables line. Oh, big jump there. But the Sables come away with it. Big carry there. And in at the side there. I'm not sure what it was in at the side of because it looked just like a tackle to me. And Sables missed touch. Cortez, Kirkpatrick there. So the Sables keep this ball in. And again, putting themselves under a little bit of pressure there. So still 0-0 with 5 minutes gone. So Brady Tate and Brad Matthews probably the targets in this line, or even Sam Janchis. But it is Brad Matthews, big, high, carry as they just carry this ball towards the line. And the opening score of the game. So St Kent's get themselves on the scoreboard. 5 points to nil after 6.5 minutes. So it's a wide out kick here. Couple of steps, decent strike, but it's straight into the teeth of the breeze that's blowing off this near side touchline. Sables just collect themselves. So 7 points gone and 5 points to nil. Nobody's ever said that to you before. So the Sables with a kickoff. Zain Sabanda, high hanging kick, but well taken by St Kent's there. Ezra McCarthy gets that ball up to Sam Armstrong. McCarthy looking to fish it out, but that's a decent box kick. Sabanda fields the ball well, but is immediately swarmed by St Kent's. And the referee gives the penalty to the junior Sables. So Sables get the opportunity to throw the ball into the line out. Pretty much the first time that they've been in St Kent's half here. And they come away with the ball. Muyaka. St Kent's competing hard at the breakdown. Gutu there just tips the ball on to Sipa. And Joseph Davori just guilty of shelling that ball. So Ezra McCarthy with the feed to this scrummage just on the 10 metres line in Sables territory. Everything coming down on this St Kent side. Referee playing advantage. Really decent hit up by Lungy there. Good carry from Armstrong as well. Lungy back into the action just outside the 22. And off Ezra McCarthy goes. Follows his kick up and puts all pressure on for the scrum 5. Great play there from McCarthy. saw the gap on the edge of the ruck, dropped it on the toe, and then just picked his opposite number up, put him out over the dead ball line. So McCarthy at this 5 metre scrum basically got, and Tipole gets the ball away, Pahulu, and gets the ball into the corner, and that is a second try, sadly obscured by the scaffolding there, but 10 points to 0 for St Kitts. Barely 12 minutes gone. So Jaden Randall will be lining up this kick. Right behind a big floodlight pole, so the camera can't pick him up. But we can see out into the desert where he'll be looking to try and land it on there, but just to the left-hand side of the uprights. Decent strike, but 10 points to 0. 13 minutes gone. So Sabanda is lining up to kick this to the right-hand side. St Kitts so far have mopped these up quite well, but that's high and hanging, and the Sables try and get a hand onto it. And Ezra McCarthy, this very tidy halfback, on a great pick and tip there as they regenerate McCarthy back onto his feet. Finds the ball to Jaden Powell. Very, very good footwork and great meters made in contact as McCarthy sweeps onto this. McCarthy to Grant Faiva. McCarthy onto the toe again, spots a gap, ball bouncing as Sabanda goes back and takes it. Another great read from McCarthy there. Oh, another good take. Siali Pahulu setting up a really good target for his forwards. Good solid defence on the back foot there from the Sables. I mean, it's pretty hard. So the ball comes all the way out to Cortez Kirkpatrick. And he shows a clean pair of heels. And it looks like the referee has initially said held up. He's wanting to ask, and he does in fact give it. It looked for all money like it was a try. And sure enough. So that is try number 3 for St Kitts. 15 points to nil. Slightly easier kick for Randall. Spotting it on the 15. So Randall obviously did not polish his kicking boots last night. So with 17 minutes gone, 3 tries to nil to St Kent's College, holding this 15-point advantage against the Junior Sables. So Sabenda getting plenty of practice on the kickoffs here. Bit deeper kick. Well taken, good tackle there. Good initial take there by Alkusu Slade. And interestingly, at 15-0, Sables opting to take a shot at goal. Zane Sabanda settling over this kick. Oh, and it's off the poles. Luca Makata fielding it. And Lucia Michaele setting the platform. Skipper Janchis. And the big Sunia Vaka. Oh, a decent run there from Jaden Randall. So Manu Janchi slips that ball. And just a slight knock on there, but the referee goes back for the penalty. In at the side. So a decent touch finder there. Excuse me. Thank you. Oh, great take at the back there by Slade. Good throw. Lungy with a really good penetrating run there. Michaeli, strong carry there. But some good defence there from the Sables. And they come up with a turnover penalty. So Charissa with an opportunity to throw the ball in. It's tough to throw in to this St Kent's line. You want to keep it away from Alcuso Slade. He's a really good defensive line-out man. Oh, there we go. Alcuso Slade wins that, and Harper Tate drives through. Oh, some good scragging work there from the Sables. Come up with a turnover. And Sipa carrying it hard into contact there. Oh, and a good run there. Some of the brightest phases of play that Sables have put together in the first 20 minutes here. Good tackle there from St Kent's. There's some real pressure coming on from St Kent's. And they've come up with the ball here. And now trying to move it in contact out to the left edge. It's fairly critical. Again, a really solid run up the middle. But not rolling away. And St Kent's get the penalty. Jaden Randall with his hands on the ball here. But doesn't find touch. And the Sables come running out of their 22. St Kent staying on their feet here, keeping a defensive line. Oh, and that's slapped down. And a great opportunistic try by Cruz Kia Cameron. That is try number 4. So 20 points to 0 with a kick to come. Jaden Randall takes a quick drink, and the Sables are all huddled behind the poles there. It's been a fairly constricting performance that St Kent's have put on them. Haven't given them an inch of space. And the conversion is good, 22 points to 0. With 25 minutes played. High hanging kick there from Moringa, who's now on in the 9 jersey, but playing at first receiver. St Kent's put the ball deep, but Sabanda fields it. And he rakes this deep. Randall to Kirkpatrick. We come out to this left edge. Muyaka looking after the ball and going down this tight edge with not much room to work. Ethan Sipa. This is when to pull away. Big drive there from the Sables. Doing well to look after the ball here. Denzel Darve. And a big heavy contact there. Good tackle. The referee blew up immediately. About 3 minutes to half time. So Moringa gets an opportunity with a penalty. Drives the ball low and hard into the wind. Takes play down to the 22. So still an injury here, and it looks like the stretch has been called. So this could easily take us to half time. And good to see some of St Kent's parents going on and will help with the stretcher. So never a good thing to see a young man stretch it off the field. But he's on to the gurney. So the ambulance crew making their way off. I think that is Ethan Fouché in the number 33 jersey. So we are back for the line out. Sables throw. And Akusu Slade takes that ball off the top. Deep kick. being chased down by Fitzpatrick, but runs out into touch. Big game of ILT 20 on at the Zayed Cricket Stadium this evening. So McCarthy cleans up the scraps there. Lungy with a good carry there. Mikaeli. Luka Makata makes a solid drive, gets his knee to the ground, and they recycle the ball. Everybody lined up to the right-hand side here. Ball comes loose. Ezra McCarthy tidies it up. Clearly McCarthy had his knees on the ground there when the ball was stripped from him. So penalty. So looks like they are going to run it from here. Harper Tate with the quick tap. But a little bit of truck and trailer there. The referee picks up on it. So big let off just before half time for the Sables. And that is half time. 22 points to 0. St Kent's College from New Zealand over the Junior Sables from Zimbabwe. So we come back at half time. Score 22 points to 0 to St Kent's, just going through the gears. Referee about to start the second half, Rainer Vermeulen. And a big loud blast on this ball, not even going to go 10. So Sam Janchis cleverly leaves that alone so that they go back for the scrum on halfway. Given that they're 22-0 down, that's a bad way to start the second half for the Sables. So Ezra McCarthy, this tall, rangy halfback for St Kent's. Puts the ball in solid scrummage. Tony Topole lets the ball go, and they've got to the right edge. Looks like Kirkpatrick going down that right edge as they come back infield. Topole with a good carry there. On the bounce to Lungy, and he shells the ball, but they go back. Go back for the penalty advantage of that previous ruck. So shadows lengthening here. And another injury on one of the Sables. So the referee calling both captains in. Unfortunately got no comms on the refs, so not sure what he's saying. So good to see the Sables player back on his feet. And the referee spots the penalty. And it's actually the other way for the Sables. So Sables will want to get off to a decent start in this second half. 3 minutes gone. Throw in. Throwing straight into the breeze, so it's tough to get it straight, and it hasn't gone straight. And the referee spots a technical infringement. So getting the ball into their hands in this early part of this second half. Swinging the ball wide. Good work there from Chigiji. Big handoff for the skipper from St Kitts there. But they're managing to slow this Sables ball down. It's Denzel Darve at half back now. And the referee says holding on. So St Kitts get an early opportunity in this second half. Randall pushes that ball about 7-8 metres from the Sables line. Sam Mackey now on at hooker. Janchi's uncontested at the tail. And they've hauled that down and it wasn't seen as a sack. So penalty to St Kitts. Randall just drops that on the toe and now St Kitts get another go at this, but only 5 metres out now. Mackey will be looking to pick out one of his jumpers. Brad Matthews, Janchis or Brady Tate are the likely targets. They get in amongst it. Topole there wrestles the ball and gets it back on the St Kitts side, but the referees adjudged a knock-on somewhere in amongst all of that. So the Sables will get a chance to clear their lines. Sables will want a good clean strike here. Big pressure coming through from St Kitts, but they pick it up on the base. Good carry there. Darve hits it back, but Randall fields it and they move it out to Pahulu now. Puts on a bit of a goose step. Big, strong, powerful fend there. And he gets the ball. Beautiful inside running line there from Cortez Kirkpatrick. But Siali Pahulu, too big, too strong, just shrugged off the tackle, drew the last man, pulled it inside. And that's the first score of the second half for St Kitts. So Jaden Randall, an opportunity here to take the extras. He's only just outside the left-hand upright. Just need a little 9-iron here and straight as a die, 29-0. So Sables high and hanging, go to the left this time. St Kitts, the ball bobbling here. Lungy Spots a gap, goes straight. Still going, trying to get his hands free. Does a great job getting that ball to Randall. Did so well to get his hands free there. Breaking out of his own 22. Samisi Lungi, great run there. Finally a tackle, but great support play. So Randall looking to convert his own try. Just about 10 minutes gone in this second half. Just 20 minutes to play in pool play of this 2025 Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival Rugby Cup competition. Randall just settles over this. And it's a good nudge, but he's hit the upright again. So the score stays at 34 points to 0. St Kent's College over the Junior Sables. These two powerful midfielders for St Kent's, Lungi and Pahulu. Been the architects of the last two scores. That ball, bit of a mix-up there for Maki. So Randall into the skipper's hands. Strong carry into the contact. Ball well recycled there by Mikaeli. Really good carry there by skipper Pahulu. Oh, the ball ripped out to this left edge, but over the touchline. Bit of an uncharacteristic error there from St Kent's. But it looks like... So the Sables will have the throw-in at this line out. Guarati will probably be the target here, the big tall man with the red headgear in the middle of the line out. Yep, up he goes. Eventually comes back on the Sables side. Sables come away with this ball. The referee bringing it back. For a knock on at the line out. Brad Matthews managed to get one of his paws into that, but the ball went forward. And big Takudzwa Machimbo on the tight head side of the Sables scrummage. Big man. Good scrummage by St Kent's. Well cleared. Great counter there from St Kent's. And it looks like they've held that up there. I think that ball is still up in the air. Be interesting to see which way the referee goes, and it's to St Kent's. So 34 points to nil with just the last quarter to play. It looks like St Kent's College are going to be cruising into the cup final versus Poulre's Gymnasium. It's a classic for the World Schools Festival that we have a New Zealand and a South African side in the finals. It's the way the last 4 competitions have played out, and each time the Kiwi side have come out on top. Oh, great work here. Ball on the inside from Randall. Now tracking back in towards the posts. St Kent's just need to put their foot on the brake pedal slightly. Oh, great inside ball there. And stretching out for the line. That is another fantastic try from deep by St Kent's. Stretching the score out to 41 points to nil. Been really, really characteristic of St Kent's that they've remained calm in the red zone, which in the earlier game with TSC and Poulre's was not exactly the case. So they've certainly kept their composure much more. Straight as a die. Straight as a die there. Randall nudges St Kent's to 43. Still 13 minutes to go in this game. Sables really need to dig in. Moringa. 9 on his back, but playing at first receiver. Good take there by Luca Makata, New Zealand Schools player. Lucia Mikaeli drops that ball on the toe. And they've gone through and picked that one up, and it looks for all money like they've scored. What is the decision from the referee and the touch judge? It is a try. Great run down that right edge by Mikaele. So the challenge of the junior Sables has somewhat wilted in this second half. St Kent's have just moved smoothly through the gears. But you still feel like they're not really playing in top gear. And Randall with a decent nudge. And that is the half century. St Kent's out to 50. As I say, it just feels like the The air has slowly drifted out of the Sables like a slow puncher as Moringa hoists that high and left, but well fielded by Slade. And St Kent's coming away with this ball. Coming off his wing, Kia Cameron. Oh, just a pick and go there from Sal Manu, and gets the ball into the hands of Harper Tate, who gets hauled down just shy. But the big man, having made the running and made the try, finishes it off. Sal Manu. Just needs a bit of focus on this. It's a bit fuzzy. And Randall takes the extras, taking the score out to 57 now. So Moringa hangs that on the 10-metre line. Slade comes to meet it. Referee says the ball's gone back, and it looks like the Sables are going to come away with this. But they nudge it forward on the ground. So we're into the last 8 minutes of pool play here at the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival 2025. The cup competition. And the cup final will be played out on Saturday. St Kent's College from Auckland, New Zealand, playing against Porter's Gymnasium from Stellenbosch, South Africa. St Kent's get it to Kirkpatrick. And Usafono. Will the ball... No, it's a touchdown by Masarewa. So goal line dropout. Decent burst out there by Usafono. So the Sables go quickly. And the referee pings St Kent's for not being 10. St Kent's have certainly stayed on the right side of the referee. I think they got 4 cards on day 1. Usafono just running freely there. Owen Lamb. smaller than McCarthy, as they now spread it. Slade in the wide channels. Oh, the big number 8, Mika Eli. Just a little show and go there. Decent strike, but off to the left, so the score remains at 62 points to 0. Moringa high. Slade comfortably takes that ball. And they're really punching some metres around the rucks now. Decent tackle there. Randall to... Good to see the back rower, Tony T-Pole. Great bounce off from the young man. And the ball dropped onto the toe there, and T-Pole, some great play from the young man there. Taken back. So he forces the scrum 5. So Tony T-Pole, who started the game at 8, is now playing in the midfield, showing the versatility of the young man. St Kent's just got the nudge on before the ball came in. So free kick, and the referee making sure it's taken from exactly on the mark. And a big hit there from Riley Grant for Eva. Just no arms in the tackle according to the referee. Mukawiri with that carry. St Kent's just content to keep them. Try scorer Lucien Michaeli just ranging up in the wide channel there, making a spot tackle. So into the last 30 seconds. So Owen Lamb with the feed for St Kitts, putting it into a 7-man scrummage. They'll finish the game with 14 men. Would imagine that the ball is heading towards number 24, Tony Topole. It's either going to be a flat line through the front. And Randall just draws the last man, and he comes round behind the posts. This will be the final play of the game, and it's been a pretty accomplished performance by St Kitts. Paul Rurs, though, have probably been tested in the heat of battle a little bit more by TSC, who for about 3/4 of the game really took it to Paul Rurs, but with Paul Rurs eventually running out decent winners, but 67-0 now. With Jaden Randall, this Auckland East under-16s representative. Trying to put the cherry on the top here. And he does. And that is a big win for St Kitts College, running out 69-0 winners over a junior Sables side that started really well, and we probably thought that they were going to put up much sterner resistance, but in the second half St Kitts just ran away with it. Some great play from the midfield pairing of Langi and Pahulu. But there it is, St Kitts easing their way into the final, the big one on Saturday. St Kitts College versus Paul Rurs Gymnasium 1.